Good evening, and welcome to the second part in my four-part series featuring Lego Animal Crossing. Tonight is the second part in which we will be expanding the village. I have two houses, a shop, and another activity spot for tonight. So the village is gonna start growing now. We got a good start of it last week, and after tonight, it'll feel more like a village. Obviously, I'm not going to bring last week's sets back out and put everything together. I haven't yet figured out the display space for my Animal Crossing village. But at the end of the stream, of course, like I always do when we do Lego, I'll put all the buildings from today's stream together, and you can see this section of the village. I'll find a way to show off the village as a whole at the end after all four streams are done, but for tonight we're just focused on three more sets. After tonight we have three sets. We have a total of 6 new villagers joining us tonight across the three sets. I'll show you what we got because we've got the big one today. We've got one of the big sets tonight. Let's go to the camera. You can see how big this box is. This is physically the biggest Animal Crossing box. It was also in the final wave of Animal Crossing. It features 2 houses, and the little inset picture there shows how you can make these 2 houses into different seasons. So this set, you can actually have some seasonal fun and rotate the times of year if you wanted to. Or, it looks like we might be able to put all 4 seasons at once, which is kind of what my area does during spring and fall. Spring and fall is a microcosm of all 4 seasons, where we have hot days and cold days. Summer usually stays pretty hot, and winter usually stays pretty cold, though. But spring and fall, we have a roller coaster mix. One day it's summer, one day it's winter. Spring and fall can be mild, though. Anyway, so we have the 2 houses in this set, and on the back of the box it actually shows you can stack the 2 houses together and make a 2-story house. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that. We'll see what I want to do when we get to that point in the instructions. This will be the second set we do tonight and the main highlight of the night. I'll set that back here. Actually, let's set that over here on this side. And this set we're going to do later at the end. Just a quick little activity for us to celebrate the end of the night, like we did with the birthday party last week. But at this point, it's not sunset yet here, so we'll save this for the end of the night when we can actually celebrate nighttime. I'll set that over here. And we will start with tonight's shop. This will be the second shop in our village. This is the Able Sisters clothing shop. It comes with 2 figures, Mabel and Sasha, who we will meet as we build the set. Obviously, that's the way we do things here. So this will be our second shop. So it's a clothing shop, and I know that this set, you can see in the window there, it represents clothing by giving you extra torsos that you can swap into the villager. I can see a few more of those extra pieces on the back here. So what we're going to do is we're going to build the figures with whatever outfit they're wearing in the instruction book on the page where they get assembled, and then the additional clothing will be the items being sold for the clothing. We're not going to do customization on the outfits tonight. We're just going to let them wear whatever they're wearing in the instructions. It'll be easy, more efficient that way. Speaking of efficiency, I've already done the big introduction for the village last week. So this is the second in a 4-part series that we're doing Tuesdays in April. So we still have 2 more parts of the village to build after tonight. But for tonight, let's get into this part of the village, starting with the clothing shop. Here is the front of the box, and here's the back of the box, where it kind of shows you some of the scenes going on inside the shop. And a view of the back of the shop there. Open, of course, so you can play like all the Animal Crossing houses. Alright. Looks like we're going to have another fruit tree in this one as well, so that would be cool. Let's go ahead and punch this one open and get started. There were no stickers at all on the 4 Animal Crossing sets we did last week. Hopefully that trend continues throughout the series. We have, of course, the instruction book. Let's set that aside. Hold on. Give me a moment to get organized. I still have my Mario figures from last week, so let me set them out of the way here. And then I'll get everything organized over here. Spare bits bowl. We have room for an instruction stack there. Let's see here. So it looks like 5 numbered bags and a base plate. Bag 2 looks like Christmas colors. Yeah, it makes sense. Because it's a green and red building. Let's pull up the instructions. Let's make sure we're working. Okay. You can hear in my voice, of course, that I'm still recovering from that illness that I had last week, but the show must go on. So, here we are. I'm fine, though. I am feeling a lot better. Even since my last stream on Sunday, but still not 100%, not even close. This one's really been going on for a while, but what matters is I'm well enough to stream Lego, and Lego's good therapy. So let's go ahead and get started on the shop. We have the instructions up there, ready to go. And there's the instructions telling us to open bag 1. Oh, cool. There's a butterfly piece in this one. I'll show it to you when the instructions call for it, of course. And the instructions don't say anything about the base plate, so I'm just going to set that aside until the instructions call for it. So this character is Mabel. I guess she's the shopkeeper. The shop itself is called the Able Sisters Clothing Shop. I do not know who the Able Sisters are. I'm guessing Mabel is one of them. Like I said before, I've never actually played the video games. My entire exposure to Animal Crossing is through these Lego sets. So there should be a skirt piece in light green. I don't see anything hiding under other things right now. And Mabel has the really short legs, the ones that don't bend. So she'll have to stand in the corner to watch the build. But I'm not seeing the skirt piece in my parts pile. Oh, there it is. It was right in front of me the whole time. That's... Alright, so we'll put her together. And she'll have to stand. That means she'll probably keep falling over. I've had that issue with, and yeah, the head looks a bit top heavy, so yeah, I used the, well, this is the only torso piece in this bag, so there, we wouldn't be able to customize her anyway. I mean, we would later on in the stream, but like I said, we're not going to do that. But this torso is some back printing too. There's Mabel from the front. And there you can see her from the back. Cute little bow print on the back of her outfit there. First villager of the night, Mabel. Let's get her onto the viewing area. And let us begin building. You will have seen, if you're paying attention, that brief moment I had the spare bits bowl on camera. You will have noticed that I haven't dumped it from the Mario Kart stream we just did a few days ago. Generally speaking, I let it build up a bit over a few days if I know I'm going to have a few quick build sessions in a quick succession. But it will be dumped before the next LEGO stream. Oh yeah, and there was no tool in this bag in this set, so I do still have the spare brick separator that we will set aside. I always keep one separator handy in case the set I'm building does not come with one. So here's a little bit of land. I do have something fun planned for Earth Day next week, so you get to see me on both Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. I'm changing up the Earth Day tradition for this year, though, if my eBay package arrives in time. It just shipped out today, so it should. I'm not going to spoil the surprise, though, but you'll enjoy it. Okay. So it looks like we're starting off with some of the display racks for the shop. And given that this is so we have some headgear accessories here. It looks like a lavender colored sunglasses. I think that's lavender. And a little tiny baseball cap. I'll show you the display rack once it's together. Wow. It's hard to grip that piece such to make the connection. You know what? Because Mabel can't sit, and because she's top heavy, let's give her this little piece of land to stand on. That way at least she won't fall over during the build. Because being the first character of the night, she'll be here the longest of all the characters that we meet tonight. Okay, here's a little display stand. And this one features a green baseball cap and purple glasses. Purple sunglasses. Cute little build. Looks like we have a terrain build we're doing now. Excuse me. Okay, so it looks like this assembly is going to feature one of the trees. Looks like it's going to be one of the fairly standard Animal Crossing tree builds that we saw a couple times on the stream last week. Looks like this, like all the other trees, this one also is going to have something hiding inside. Oh, it says to put this little star flower inside. There's the little star flower. And you know what? We'll give it the spare as well. And the instructions show to put these little clip pieces on. And then it looks like we'll be attaching some fruit to this tree. So we got these yellow fruits that are going on this tree. Okay, it says to put the basket onto this little scene here. And the butterfly. What's the best way to show the butterfly? Oh, it's in the shadow of the tree. Let me pop that off real quick. And this is a really pretty butterfly pattern, so let me show you the butterfly real quick. And then I'll put the top of the tree back on. There's the butterfly. Very pretty. And now I'll put the top of the tree back on, and we can continue with the build. So there's a little water feature in front of the tree like that. And that's this little scene as a whole. A little bit of terrain to go with the shop. I'll set that over here. And with that, that's bag 1. Bag 2 says we're going to need the base plate. I do see our other character head in this bag as well. So we will be getting our other character for the set. And the instructions said we need this for this bag as well. You know, now that we're going to the main part of the build, I'm going to set these two little sections off to the side here. And until we're ready to set the scene as a whole. So according to the box, this character's name that we're doing now, her name is Sasha. And we will... It looks like also there are none of the spare torsos in this bag either. Because it looks like this bag is going to be shop exterior details. So she does have the bendy legs. All 6 of the characters last week had the medium length bendy legs. So she will be able to sit. There's Mabel. She's got one of those college athletic style jackets. And we will let Sasha sit next to Mabel here, like that. Oh. One more close-up, because that's a cute face there. Alright, now we can go on for real. Starting with the base plate. So yeah, bag 2, it doesn't look has much substance to it. You can already see how much the parts pile diminished just by putting these bits onto the base plate here. But now we have some of the, what I call the bricks. Those are the ones with these molded brick pattern on it. I think the official name for those is masonry bit bricks. But I've always called them the bricks. Okay, that first layer is on. Let's keep going. All right, time for an assembly here. So there's the window. There's the front window for the shop. So the shop's walls are coming up quickly, basically. But we kind of know what to expect with Animal Crossing buildings because we've done a couple of buildings last week. We did one house, one shop, and one travel business. So the shop's basic structure is coming together quickly. It's already time for bag 3. Bag 3 doesn't look like a lot of pieces. It looks like we're just wrapping up the exterior with bag 3. And it's a good thing how quickly we're moving through this first shop because the second set is the big one for tonight. We'll be on that set for a couple hours. That set has a lot of things going on with it. It looks like the 2 houses and a whole bunch of terrain. Alright, that should secure the wall so that we don't have the wall collapse on us again. Alright, I need to be able to see what I'm doing, so I gotta turn this build back towards me now. So I have this big door piece that's going to go on the front of the shop. And then, of course, the door can, just like the other buildings, the door can open. Okay. So we're starting to put up the roof details now. Looks like this building also gets one of those cute little chimneys. Alright, this goes like this. Lining everything up, securing it in place. If you count the talking time, we've been building about a half hour. So we're making great progress. And these tiles secure the structure and get everything together. And with that, it's already time for bag 4. This is where the shop is so far. We're making excellent progress. Looks like this bag is going to contain a bunch of scenery to go around the shop. This is a very green parts pile. Okay, yeah, this is coming together very quickly. This is continuing to be an efficient build, which is good because we got a big set tonight to follow this one. The season's houses we're going to do after the set. By piece count, it's the biggest set in the Animal Crossing series for Lego. If I haven't seen anything about us getting a summer wave, if there is more Animal Crossing coming out this summer, then we'll do a supplemental stream. I'll get all those sets at once and we'll do a supplemental stream. But I think Animal Crossing is done at this point. There is a Tom Nook polybag coming out, but unlike the Julian polybag, he's got the same outfit, so the figure is exactly the same. So the polybag is redundant, and there's no need for me to get it. I have the 2 other polybags, like I mentioned before. When I do the village display, they will be taken out of the box I have to store my polybag sets, and they will be included in the display with the full sets. Nice. The looks like the roof detail here matches that display stand we did in the first bag. I do like that color consistency. So yeah, it looks like this bag is all the roof details. And then bag 5, I guess, will be the actual terrain um, and interior elements, the furniture and stuff. Well, it does look like we get a little bit of terrain because it's got one of those base plates there. I need to see what I'm doing. Okay, so this lines up over the door like this. And this shows these lining up square. And then this bit folds down and becomes the roof. And here's the clothing shop sign, printed, no stickers. And this will just go on the front of the shop like that. So this is what the shop looks like with the roof attached and the sign. Okay, just a few more little details. We have to put the lantern in. Couple little flowers outside the shop. We got So I need 6 of these little double yellow flowers because we built 2 of these flower bushes. Now let's put the flowers together. We need 1 more flower bush. That's what it looks like with the flower bushes attached. And I'll keep going. And it's telling us to put together another little platform here. This one has a piece of fence on it. And this one goes in the front of the shop like this. And with that, we're ready for bag 5. So here, I can see the 2 extra torso pieces. I'll show them off. These are some cute ones. When we get to them in the instructions, I'll show them. So here's a picture that's going to go inside the shop, so you won't see it once I attach it. That's why I'm showing you before I attach it. It looks like a portrait of Mabel and 2 other similar looking characters in different colors. Those must be the sisters. I don't think they have figures in the Lego series, but at least we got Mabel. So the portrait as a whole must represent the concept of the Able sisters that the shop is named after. That portrait is now safely in its place inside the shop, and we can proceed with the details here. So it has us tiling up the inside, but there are some stud tiles, so we still will be able to pose things inside. I'm sorry you can't see what I'm doing right now, but I need to be able to see what I'm doing. This part is undercover. So if I turned this to face the camera, I would not be able to do this part of the build. Right now, as you can see from the instructions, we're placing tiles on the floor, across the floor of the shop. Oh, I just knocked the flower bush over. Let me... Where was that oriented? Third one over. I'll go one by one. Let me go ahead and fix the flower bush. We will take the first stretching break after the shop. We will probably have to take a break in the middle of the next set because the next set is a lot going on with it. But we will take our first break for sure after the shop. Shouldn't be a long one, but I definitely need to stretch. So here's the register with another one of those star coins on top. Oh, there, now that's a really good focus. Compared with last week, you can finally see the star coin clearly. Okay, and then we're gonna oh, you know what we're putting together here? A little sewing machine. That's how they make the clothes that they sell in the shop. Did I miss something? Yeah, I'll get those scissors on as well. Alright, so that goes like this. We get the little scissors piece going on the clip. And then we have these cylinder pieces, which represent the balls, or what are they called? Name, the word escapes me right now, of thread that are used for making clothes. So here's the sewing machine table. And it says to just set the purse aside. So now we're doing a display stand. And this is a display stand for the two torsos on display. Tops you can change the characters into if you want to. We'll set this over here. Those are some cute tops. And they do provide some customization options for your village. Now that we know that there's 2 extra tops out there. But I'm keeping everyone in their default outfits. Okay, and it looks like we have another assembly to put together here. This looks like a sign of some kind. Okay. So this looks like an advertisement board of upcoming designs. Let's see if I can't get that to focus. Ah, Sasha fell over. We'll fix her in a moment. too close. But yeah, there we go. That's the best I can do. So that's a little advertisement board they've got. One of these looks like a traditional Japanese style full kimono. There's also a party dress, what looks like pajamas, two types of pajamas here on this advertisement. But I don't think those are actual torso pieces at this point. So, and then another display stand. And this is a display stand for some purple pants. These are of the mid-length, the bendy length, which is the standard height for Animal Crossing characters. So they have the 2 extra tops to sell, they have the pants, and from the display stand from earlier, they also do a little bit of headgear with the glasses and the hat. And this shows different assortments of how you can put the stuff inside. Let me go ahead and do an assortment just to make it easier to get all this out of the way. So yeah, it's meant for you to attach the display stand on that plain piece of terrain on the side there. We're going to leave that up for Mabel to stand comfortably, because otherwise she's going to keep falling over every 2 minutes as we do the rest of the build. So we'll leave that bit of terrain there. Meanwhile, and this shows instructions for different layouts you can do with the bases. So this advertisement page, it shows the nighttime set we're doing at the end, the shop we just did, and it shows the other shop, the third and final shop we'll be doing next week, which is actually a mobile shop. You can see the truck pulling it back there. That's one of next week's sets. I think it's next week. Can't remember if it's next week or the last week that I've set that set aside for. But let me go ahead and put these little sections on the inside of the house at least. So yeah, those jumper tiles we put in before when tiling the floor were for purposes of holding these different shop displays and stuff, the interior stuff. Let me just get these all inside out of the way. And of course the purse I will display in the window. I know it's meant to be customizable, I'm just going with the default. So this is the completed shop. Hold on. Yeah, before. Let me turn off the instructions real quick and we'll get a good view of the shop here. So this is the completed shop. It came with this little bit of tree. This is the display stand with the headgear. And this is the shop itself, the front of the shop. And if you go around back, you can see the interior with the work area over here. The registers behind that. There's some clothing on display over here on this end of the interior of the shop. Let me put the shop here and give you something to look at while I take my quick break here. And then we'll get into the big set for the night. Unlike last week, each of the last 3 streams does have a big set, but this is the really biggest set of the Animal Crossing line. The big sets over the next 2 weeks, they're important in their own right, though. So we'll see we'll see the village really start to develop now. All right, let me put the shop back here. You can actually the angling is a little better for you to actually see it. Ideally, it would be like this, but unfortunately, I can't do that. So unless, what if I use this? Does this gives it a little angle up, and you can see the front in a little more detail there, like that. And we'll put the tree and let's actually swap these things. The tree on this side, and we'll put the little display stand here. And we can let Sasha stand with Mabel for a little bit here. And you gotta be careful these Animal Crossing figures when you stand them up directly, because the heads are top heavy. I do appreciate the molded heads, though. They give it that really cute character look. So Mabel and Sasha are going to sit there and wait for me to return. And when I return, we'll be doing these 2 houses. Now that I carefully set the scene, I gotta redo. Alright. That should work. Alright, when I come back, we're going into the big one. Alright, everyone take a quick bio break, and I'll see you in a couple minutes. Okay, it looks like including the talk time at the beginning of stream, we've been going for we've been going for just over an hour, which is good pacing for a mid-sized set like that. Um, but we're going to the big one now. So let me get the clothing shop off of the table, and then we can look at the big feature for tonight. Mabel can stay, and we'll leave the little platform out. Sasha will go back to sitting. Brick separator is still available. And I will take the shop and set it aside until the end of stream. And I just dropped that piece, and we'll take a little tree. One more quick close-up of the tree and that pretty butterfly down there. Oops. Let's fix the tree before we go on. There we go. And let me pick up what I dropped. And now we can proceed with the big set for tonight. This is called Creative Houses Seasons of Fun. It comes with these two houses, a pink house and a yellow house. And this shows you can change the seasons and the scenery. And then on the back, it shows some of the customization options here. And it also shows you can actually convert the pink house. You can swap out the door for a window and put the two houses together and make a single bigger two-story house. We may or may not look at that feature depending on how easy it is to swap the door for the window. If it's modular like everything else swappable here, then we will probably check it out. If you have to do partial disassembly, we'll probably skip that feature. At least looking at that feature. But yeah, there's the back of the box again, and there you can look at the front of the box while I hit these push tabs. Wow, these push tabs are resisting. It looks like Sasha fell over. We'll fix her in a minute. Right now we got a big box that we're trying to open up. This is a heavy box. Lots of bulk in here. There's a paper packet. Okay. We got bags going all over the place here. Okay, that's everything out of the box, but it's going to take me a few moments to get everything organized here. So, paper packet, we'll open that in a minute. I would assume that's the instructions. We have bag one. That one I'll set aside because we always start with bag one. Here's one of these white base plates. I'll set that aside. And we have a brown base plate. 4, 9, 10, 7. So where's 8? So 10, 9. So it looks like there's 10 bags for this set. And there's still one more bag on the floor. And this set comes with 3 characters. So this will be our first 3 character set of the series. There's actually, there's only one more 3-character set in the series after this, which is, I know, is set aside for week 4. So you'll see that set in 2 weeks. So this is one of only 2 3-character sets in the series. But let's go ahead and we have bag 1. There is a brick separator in there. And since we've actually used this one for a couple streams, I'm actually going to swap this one out and we'll use the new one for the rest of the stream. There. Now I won't get pieces stuck inside. Alright. Before we open bag 1, obviously we gotta open up the paper packet. So this will be the instructions, the paper instructions for this set. One, two, five instruction books for this set? Wow. That actually seems a little excessive to me. They probably could have gotten away with 2 or 3 instruction books. But I guess we'll find out as we build why they separated this into 5 instruction books. That's a little bit overkill. Let me fix the view over here. Let me fix the instructions view. And we are fully on screen and ready to go. So this is Creative House's Seasons of Fun. That tells us how to use the separator. And now we get to open bag 1. So like I said, there are 3 characters in this set. Let me internalize their names so I can introduce them when they come up. Alright, I think I got it. I think I got their names. And we'll be meeting the first character in just a moment once I get the bag open. Separator is ready to go. Oh, and this bag also contains a butterfly, a different butterfly, also pretty. I'll show it off when we get to it. So we're starting with our first character of this set. This set was part of the final wave of Animal Crossing last year. I don't think we're getting any more, so if we do, it'll be a nice surprise. But yeah, this is one of the more colorful characters, it looks like. According to the box, her name is Fuchsia. And this is a head mold that we don't have yet. Cute little design there. I like it. She'll join her friends, and we can get started with the build here. So it looks like, based on the inset picture, this is going to be our springtime scenery build. Looks like a bit of bamboo growing on this terrain. And here's the beginnings of the tree for spring. Little flower mold. I don't think I've seen that flower mold before. I'll show it off when I show off the section. So yeah, we'll have 4 of these trees, I think, in the set in different colors, representing the 4 seasons. But based on the coloration, this one's definitely the spring one. Okay, so we have some of these pink star flowers, and I won't be, kind of looks like that. I don't think I can show it off inside because they're the same color. Yeah, it's not really coming out on camera, but a little star flower. And I'm going to go ahead like I did with the shop, and I'll drop the spares in here as well. So you open up the top of the tree, you get a little star flower. And then we put these little regular pink flower pieces on the front of the tree. And then it shows the little butterfly attached to one of them. So there's our little butterfly friend. I like that butterfly. I have a few Lego butterflies across my collection. They're always such pretty prints. The day they have you sticker a butterfly is the day that I quit Lego. And that's it for the first instruction manual. I don't understand why this tree needed to be a separate instruction manual, but here we go. The first little bit of Seasons of Fun, our spring tree. Pretty butterfly, there's some bamboo, some flowers. This flower mold and this yellow flower are new. I've never seen those molds before, I don't think. I may have seen that one in 1 or 2 sets before. I know the yellow flower is new to me. Let's see, can we get a zoom in on that? Those are the 2 new flowers. Alright, we will set the spring tree aside and pull up the second instruction book. I really don't understand why that little bit needed to be a separate instruction book. But here's the second instruction book, which is telling us to open bag 2. And we will put together the second character already. It's a 10 bag build. And already on bag 2, we have our second of the 3 characters. Maybe they're top loading all the characters so that they have a... Or maybe, you know what it is? Bag 2, I think we're going to start setting up the houses. So we'll probably get the third character when we're setting up for the second house. So based on the colors here, this looks like it's going to be the, based on the inset picture, it looks like this is going to be the summer tree that we're building now. Oh, did I mess that up? No, I did not. Okay. So maybe it's giving us all the seasonal trees first and then the houses, maybe? Oh, I'm getting ahead of us. I forgot to do the character. Looks like it's just a 3-piece character, no tail, so... What color pants am I looking for? All right. I see where we need to go with this. There's the pants. And this is another character with the short, non-bendy legs. So we'll make adjustments to the character lineup over there to facilitate that. So this is an interesting looking character. According to the box, this character's name is Stitches. Definitely one of the more unique looking characters in the Animal Crossing Lego line. But this is Stitches. And because Stitches cannot sit, we're going to adjust Mabel real quick. And we will make room for Stitches on the base as well. And then Sasha and Fuchsia can sit next to them. So that's how I'm getting them to balance so they don't keep falling over every 2 minutes, because they do have top-heavy heads and non-bendy legs, so they can't sit. Stitches is an interesting looking character. Definitely one of the more unique character designs in the series. I like it. So there's still one more character in the set, but given that we'll be on the set for a couple hours probably, who knows which bag that last character is in. So we're beginning now the summer tree. I will say we've reached the point, we've done enough of these trees that they have become repetitive. But that's cool because each tree is still a little bit different with different colors, different fruits, different and each tree is needed for what it is. So some repetition is necessary in Lego. And every tree has its place in the village. So for spring, the tree's hidden treasure was pink star flowers. We're about to find out what the tree's hidden treasure is for summer. A gold coin. Basic gold coin. We've seen them before, and I can't hold it in my fingers because it's too small. But like I do, we'll go ahead and put the spare gold coin in as well. And there's our 2 gold coins waiting to be found inside the tree. Oh, that's a very nice focus. And then it went out of focus again. But yeah, gold coins for this tree. And we still have 2 more of these same types of trees in this very set. I don't think I saw one in the last set. No, the last set has a different kind of tree. We've seen the other kind of tree before, but there's not as many. We've only seen the other kind of tree in one set. So when we get to the the small stargazing set at the end, that tree will not feel repetitive tonight. We've done it before, but not tonight. Okay, so this tree is going to get pear fruits. So our summer tree is, our spring tree was pink flowers. The summer tree is going to be pear fruits. The camera shifted. I'm trying to fix the camera. Sorry if you're a seasick person. I might have to retape this camera because it's not holding its position. I don't know when the camera shifted, but tell you what, let's finish this parts pile and then I'll try to fix the camera. That way there's no loose pieces flying around while I'm working on trying to fix that. Oh, here's one of those shell pieces that we saw last week. We finally have another one we can look at. Let me take the tree off so you can see that. We had the other camera last week, the one that has trouble focusing. So let's see if I can give you a better view of the shell piece. Yeah, there it goes. So that's what the shell piece looks like. Now let's put the, now we just got to do some plant work. So we have a little star flower. And then we got to make three of these little pink bits for the flowers. So it's the light pink on top of the dark pink, it looks like. And now we just got to put the rest of the flower together. And then we'll be able to move on. Okay, so here's the summer tree. It looks like summer gets some additional scenery going on. So I'll just leave the tree on the table for right now as we build up this other little terrain section. Looks like a nice little bridge crossing a small river. So the summer scene includes a small river crossing, it looks like. These actually go there, it looks like. Oh. And that's a nice looking bridge. Okay, the river bit keeps wanting to split out though. Yeah, this is not, the river part of the build is not very structurally stable. But given that it's a flat bottom, there's not much, they couldn't put the security pieces on that they usually do for bottom bits like that. Not a big deal. As long as I'm careful, it's not a big deal. So now we're putting on the finishing detail bits for this bridge, and then it looks like we'll be done with this bag and we'll be able to fix the camera. Little flower there. A little bit of stonework. And that sets to go into bag 3. And bag 3 does not contain the final character, so we gotta wait a bit for the last character, but not the final character for tonight. I have sectioned out the sets such that every stream is going to contain exactly 6 characters. Here's the little bridge build. I'll set that over here. And we will set the tree aside as well as we get ready to go into bag 3. But first, camera adjustment. Straighten it, let it settle, and make sure it doesn't go all the way to where it back. And then we will adjust the table once the camera settles in. All right, the camera has stopped moving. We will shift the table, and we are good to go for bag 3. Oh, I don't want to put anything on top of the instructions. Let's set these trees. You know, it's okay for me to stack things on top of the instructions because we're not using the paper instructions. So based on the color scheme of the inset picture, bag 3 is going to be the autumn tree. But bag 3 also contains a white base plate. So are we getting the winter tree as well? It looks like bag 3 is both the autumn tree and the winter tree. Yeah, because there's a snowflake in here as well. I like that snowflake piece. I've seen it before a couple times. I have 2 other sets that have that snowflake piece. Maybe 3. But yeah, it looks like our 2 other seasonal trees are in this bag. So it looks like we're building the autumn side first. Complete with a brown leaf on the ground. Where is that piece? There is a... There it is. I was looking for the wrong color. That's why I couldn't find it. The colors aren't always totally clear in the instructions, especially when the colors are similar. What we got there? So now on this step, we're building 2 mushrooms to go in our little autumn scene here. And here we go building the top of the autumn tree. And this one just gets a twig. So nothing fancy. It's like the trees from the first week. But I'll give it the spare because the villagers will need firework for the the villagers will need firewood for the upcoming cold season. So I'll give them a second twig. And the detail for this tree is just some colored leaves. But it's pretty. So I can understand putting the seasonal terrain on a separate instruction book. But why didn't they just put the spring one in the front of this and make this that part of this instruction book too? There's a little bit of inefficiency in printing there. So we're making some dried up dead flowers. And we get our second Animal Crossing pumpkin. The first wasn't last week. The first is in that one poly bag that we did a while back with Mabel. That one features a pumpkin in it. Okay, so that's our little autumn scene there. The autumn tree is done and ready to go. And now we're going to build the winter scene. Okay, so we're getting a little snowman as part of the scene. Nice little printed face on that snowman. There's the snowman's face. All right, let's keep going. Okay, so it looks like this one's not going to have a full tree assembly. We also have this really nice snowflake piece. I have 2 or 3 sets that have this. Um, it's a really pretty piece. You'll see the snowflake piece in a minute once I finish putting together this little winter scene. So yeah, for winter, we just get a much simpler snow-capped evergreen tree build. I do like the that they switched it up a bit for winter. I think a leafless tree would not have looked all that great in the Animal Crossing cartoon style, but I like the snow-capped evergreen we have going on here. And with that, that's the end of the second instruction book. I would assume the third and fourth instruction books are for the house builds. But there's our winter scene. And you know what? Let's go ahead and prepare for another stretching break. I'm probably not going to bring everything back up right now, but let's... The camera shifted again while we were doing just that little bit. I may have to retape it. It's not staying in place. Yeah, I'll retape it during the break, since I have to get up to do that. In the meantime, we'll put the seasonal scenes up around the shop. You have something to look at while I take my break. There, now you have something to look at while I go fix this camera and take a quick stretch. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. So it looks like the camera's better. So it's not perfect, but it's good enough to proceed. So now that I put everything onto the table, let's take everything back off the table so it can get on with the next section of the build. We're going to go into the third instruction book for the we're going to go into the third instruction book for the seasonal houses. The seasonal tree builds are pretty cute. I think that was a nice touch. It'll give some variety to the village because, of course, you know, when I do my display, I'm going to put up every piece. Alright. So now that we've got all the characters out of order because of the short legs, quick recap. This is Mabel and Stitches. That's Mabel from the shop. This is Stitches from the seasonal set. And this is Sasha from the shop set. And Fuchsia from the seasonal set. And there's one more character in the seasonal set who we have not met yet. Let's pull up the third instruction book. I still have not figured out how to remove that gray block from the left, but at least we can cut out the gray block on the right. Hundreds of Lego sets on this channel. Is it hundreds? It might well be at this point. And I still haven't figured out how to remove that gray block. Well, at least I get to have instructions on screen. A lot of Lego builders haven't figured that out, so here we are. Let's just make sure I got the audio back. Here we are. Alright, good. Alright, we're ready to go with bag 4. And it says bag 4 also requires the brown base plate. So, let's come over here. So it looks like bag 4, we're finally beginning the first house. Okay, let's get right into it. I am running a little bit behind my time estimates for tonight, so I'm not even going to talk about them. And this house is off to a good start here. And with that, this house's layer of bricks is in. I am definitely going to be dumping the spare bits bag after the stream. The spare bits bowl into the spare bits bag, I mean. Because, yeah, bowl's getting heavy. Well, not heavy literally, because the spare bits are the tiny pieces, but I've never seen so many pieces in the bowl before. I've only let it get to that point once or twice. So I have seen that many bits in the bowl before, but it's not usual for me to let it build up like that. The good news is, as we've learned, these house builds are pretty quick, so we're making up for the however we lost that extra time that slowed us down. We're making up for it a little bit by me focusing on the build and not talking too much. Okay, this one goes here. And then sorry. I keep drifting off camera. I'm sorry. Not sure why we have a an obvious red brick on an otherwise yellow wall. Not sure why we have a bright red brick on an otherwise yellow wall, but it's got studs on both sides. So we're probably hanging a portrait inside and on the outside putting up some detail that will cover up the fact that it's a different color. We probably won't see the red from the outside once we're done here. Yeah, we're going to cover it up with what looks like a wall planter. So no red brick on the outside. At least not visible. There's the little plant detail on the side of the house. Oh, cool. It bounced right back onto the table and not onto the floor. Very rare when a yeeting stays on the table, but I'm thankful for that. So here's another door. Like all the other Animal Crossing doors, it opens. That was a full plate. And you can see instead of completely being tiled off at the top, there are some studs, exposed studs, for if you decide to do the optional attachment to make the second floor out of the other house. Like I said, I want to see what the actual system is for that before deciding whether we're going to look at that or not. And now we're putting in the window details. And this house gets a mailbox. There's the printed letter. This is a fairly standard Lego piece. It appears in a lot of sets. It's the generic Lego letter piece. Alright, so now we're going to go into bag 5. But here's the first house so far. Here's what we got. Oh, I see. So the standard roof doesn't attach quite as securely as it would on the other houses because of the modular customization available with the other house. Um, okay. So now we're building the roof itself. That roof's coming together pretty quickly. Sorry, I'm not talking much. I wanna rest my voice a little bit because we still have a lot of stream left. So it looks like we're finishing up some roof detail here, and then we'll be able to add this to the house. And then I guess the next bag will start the second house. Okay, why do we all have all these extra tiles here? Because I did not actually finish the design. That's why we have all these extra tiles here. Okay then. Wow. I must really not be... I must really be a little bit out of it tonight. Although this is the first major mistake we've had all night, so... maybe, not all that out of it. I thought something didn't look quite right with the roof section. Glad I caught that. Well, we were getting ready to go into a new bag with a huge pile of parts still in front of me. So, well, not huge, but still more than should be left over at the end of a parts pile. I think in terms of forgetting to do a step, this is the most pieces involved in one of those that I've ever done. But yeah, now the roof detail is complete and I can reattach it to... So that's basically... We got the roof detail tiled up now. And then I can attach that to the front of the house. And now we can clear the spare bits out. And there's the house. Now we can go on to bag 6. So bag 6 looks like it's going to be interior accessories. There's an artist's palette and what looks like a baby letter toys here. So first, the portrait that goes on those studs from earlier. We have these preschool and kindergarten style letters. Can I get that to focus? Does it focus over on this side maybe? It focuses a little better, but my finger gets in the way over there. Yeah. Let's go back here. So, over here on this side at least, you can see between my fingers. A is for apple. B is for ball. Yeah, ball. So A is for apple, B is for ball, C is for cat, D is for dinosaur. And I'll just stick that on the inside wall of the house here. And now we will proceed with the furniture for the inside of the house. So it looks like we're starting with an oven. And it looks like they're baking a singular chocolate cupcake in their tiny oven. This is what's going in the oven. And we just drop it in the oven like that. And we close up the oven and we can keep going with the build here. So we have 1 stud and 3 tiles. So there must be something we're putting on top of the oven here, since we are leaving an exposed stud here. Yeah, we get a little pan to go on top of the oven. So there's a whole oven assembly with a pan on top of the stove like that. We'll set that aside. We'll keep going with the furniture. It looks like we're doing a bed next. And now we have another fancy patterned bedspread, like the one we had last week in Rosie's house. Give me a few minutes to get this together, because this is colorful and requires precise color arrangements of little 1 by 1 tiles. And there is a little bed. This is definitely a children's bedroom. Although there's only one bed, so the child lives on their own. Because this is definitely what you would see in kind of a baby or preschooler's kind of bedroom here. These kind of bright colors like this. Little nightstand to go next to the bed. So Stitches is a grown-up kindergartner, maybe? I don't... I'll have to read up on these characters after stream. Because, if this is Stitch's house, Stitches being this character, and actually, Stitches does kind of have that colorful little kid look to it. But they also live on their own. I'm getting all sorts of weird mixed up vibes off of this house right now based on these furniture that we're building. I will definitely have to read up on these characters later. Okay, so it looks like toys of choice include building blocks and an artist palette. So Stitches is also an artist. Okay. So Fuchsia must just be a visitor then. Since we built her when we were doing the trees. And then Stitch was built when we were doing the house. And actually just the vibes of this furniture match Stitches a lot better than Fuchsia. Then again, we might go into the last house, and that house might match Fuchsia, and it's the third character who's the visitor. We'll have to see when we get to the second house. So here's a little toy table with building blocks and an artist palette with paintbrush. This isn't the first Animal Crossing set I have with painting involved. There is the Julian poly bag that we did a while back. But since that's just a poly bag, it's not been featured on this main 4-episode Animal Crossing series. The 2 poly bags were part of previous LEGO variety streams I did on the channel. Long time ago. Waiting for the time when I could do Animal Crossing as a whole. table with a little coffee mug, or actually a drink mug. We can't assume it's coffee because if Stitches is a little kid, they probably wouldn't be drinking a lot of coffee. And here's a little crate with a red ball. And this shows an assortment of furniture inside, and that'll be the end of the third instruction book. So let me go ahead and put these accessories inside the house to get them out of the way. Wow, that's a lot of spare bits on this baggie. Okay. Let me just put all these things inside the house and get them out of the way. So it's a little kid with their own little kitchen top. Living alone. Interesting. Okay, one quick look at the inside of the house with all the furniture tucked away inside, and then we'll move right on with the next part of the build here. So we're going to end that instruction book. We're going to go into this instruction book, book 4. And book 4 is going to start us on the second house. So I'm going to go ahead and we'll grab that base plate and I'll set this house aside until the instructions call for it again. And we're going to open up bag 7. So what we're about to build is either a second house or the second floor of this house. And again, we'll have to see how the swap takes place before we make that decision. If it's an easy swap, we'll give it a try and see how it looks. If it's not an easy swap, we'll keep the 2-house situation. We still have not yet revealed our final character. So they give you the first 2 right off the bat, and I guess they saved the third one for towards the end of the build. Makes sense. I like when there's multiple figures, I like how they spread them out throughout the build. So I think it's pretty cool that we haven't revealed the last one yet, because it means they're a little more spread out. And of course, the final character of the night we won't reveal until like just before the end of stream, because that's only a small set. Will only take us probably a few minutes to build that one. You can see how the base plating is starting off a little bit differently with this house because of how it can be turned into a second floor of the other house. Okay, now we begin the walls, and we know from experience that the wall portion goes by pretty quickly. It looks like a lot, but it moves fast because the geometry is easy on wall wall builds for the most part. And then we get the inside portion of the door here, the inside door frame. We're actually tiling over ground level. Interesting. Okay. So is that a whole chunk of wall that's not gonna be swappable maybe? My phone's buzzing like crazy, but I'm gonna wait till after stream to check it. We'll soon be at the 3-hour mark of stream, so we I did save face a little bit. It looks like this this set is going a little faster than I anticipated, which is a good thing. But we still have quite a bit of build left in this big set, this main set for tonight. This one goes here. This one goes here. And then we get the arch there. Okay. And now we have these wall bits that go by the door here. And the basic structure of this house, as you can see, is just like the other one, coming together very quickly. It's a nice, simple, straightforward, chunky build. You don't get that a lot in Lego anymore. You get a lot of fancy build techniques these days, of which this series doesn't have a lot of really fancy build techniques. But this is one of the more kid-oriented series, so sometimes simpler builds are good. And they're still, if it looks good, who cares how complex the techniques are? Sometimes simple building gets the job done. Sometimes simple building is what you need to make it look the best. So many of the current sets are like over-designed, complex details, little tiny build pieces, advanced techniques. Sometimes this build is reminiscent to me of classic Lego, the kind of Lego that they used to make years ago, back when Lego was still a kid-oriented company, before they decided to go all in on the expensive stuff. Back when the high-end sets were like $100. Now $100 gives you a medium set at best. So there's the door. We're about to find out how easy the modularization is for making this the second floor of the house. That's probably what the extra instruction book is for showing how to make the house. So we're just going to proceed with the build as the instructions show, and then we will, I'm sure that's why there's an extra instruction book. An instruction book just to show how to do the transformation. It would make sense, given what we know about the set at this point. These exterior mounted windows are the swappable kind. That's why they're mounted on the outside on these gray plates that stick out. That's how they achieve the ability to swap out the windows, like we saw in Rosie's house last week. Bag 8. I can tell you, looking over at my bags pile, we will see the third and final character not until bag 10. So they are, in fact, spreading it out, which I appreciate. It means you have character surprises at all stages of the build, not just all up front. When I was Shayna's age, all Lego sets, they didn't do numbered bags yet. They didn't have the pieces that you need for each step sitting in the corner of the instruction pages. The instructions were basically a seek and find, what looks different on this page, what pieces were added. They didn't hold your hand like they do on the instructions these days. But the builds weren't as complex either. The biggest sets were only like a couple hundred pieces. You dump out all the parts in front of you, and that was your parts pile for the whole set. Then, as the sets started getting more complex, that's when they introduced the numbered bag system, and then started introducing the pieces for each step in the little corner box of each step. Okay, so it looks like what we're building here is a modular window wall. Okay, so this may be an easier swap than I anticipated looking at the box. We might be doing our second story house, in which case when I do the village display, I probably will do it like that. Just to give it a little variety against the other houses. Rosie's house, we'll be seeing 2 more houses over the next 2 weeks as well. So there's 4 different sets with houses in the across Animal Crossing's 13 sets. So I wanted to make sure that each of the 4 streams had one of the house sets. And then an assortment of shops, civic buildings, and activities. But yeah, one of my criteria for dividing up the sets, one was making sure that each stream was introducing exactly 6 of the 24 characters, and also making sure that each stream had one of the sets featuring house builds, because there's 4 different sets featuring house builds. So yeah, we're building a whole window unit here. Did I mess something up somewhere? No, I did not. Okay, so where are these other 2 pieces then? Well, there's one of them. And there's the other one. Okay. And then we just pop in this window here. Alright, so this shows... Okay, oh, that's easy. You just pop this whole door unit comes off together, and then you can put the window unit on like that. And then you have the upper floor of the house. Okay, we'll see how that all works later on. We still have bits of this house to put together, so I'll set the window aside. And now, of course, we start building up the roof sections of this house. We still have 2 bags after this. This must be the internals and some more scenery, maybe. But yeah, it looks like this parts pile is gonna be what we know from the roofs of houses that we've seen before in this line. So. But yeah, turns out Turns out the modularity of turning this house into the second floor of the other house is a lot simpler of a swap, a lot easier of a swap than I thought it was going to be. And it looks like because you only be using one roof if you do that option, you get to choose which roof color you want, whether you want to use the green roof or the pink one. I'm assuming is how it's going to go, at least. But let's keep going with the build. We haven't gotten there yet. Now this time, I'm going to remember to actually do the tiling when the instructions call for it. Oh, I put that piece in the wrong place, but that one actually goes there. And then this one goes here. All right. Alright, so here's where I messed up last time. I accidentally skipped the tiling step last time. Alright, we're almost there with the tiling. Just a couple more left. I do like this purplish color they got going on here for this roof. We need one more tile. We just passed the 3-hour mark of stream. probably be a little bit over 4 hours to finish tonight. The last set, the nighttime activities set, the last one, it's a really small set, so we'll breeze through it in no time at all. But we still have 2 more bags for this set before we get there. So this goes onto there like that. And then we go straight into bag 9. So it looks like bag 9 is going to be the internal, bag 9 is going to be the furniture. Okay, so we're going to start with the portrait on the wall, which okay, that's cool. It looks like a potted cherry blossom bonsai. That's the portrait for the wall on this house. I like it. So we start with a lamp. There's a lot of red and white in this parts pile. It's cool when the interior furniture is all coordinated in colors. Okay, I'm not sure what this little thing is supposed to be, but I guess we'll find out when we put all the furniture together. Maybe it's supposed to represent a bottle of some kind. There is some lavender going on in this parts pile as well, including a pretty lavender guitar I see in the parts pile. When the instructions call for it, I'll show that off. I like the guitar piece. I have a few sets that have that guitar. Sometimes it's printed, sometimes it's not. But I have the guitar in a couple different colors. So it looks like here a lamp situation of some kind. Maybe-ish. Until we put all the furniture together, it'll be hard to say for sure what's going on with this particular furniture assortment. Because the top part looks like a lamp, but it's got a grill, which suggests a drain of some. Is this meant? It doesn't look. Let me see how all the furniture comes together before I try to figure out what's going on here. Because why would a lamp have a little drain under it? You know what? Maybe it's not a drain because there's a trans blue little plate in there. You know what? I think this is supposed to be a shower stall because you can see up there that little trans blue plate under the head there. And that grill suggests a drain. So this could be one of those gym-style tiny little shower stalls. Oh yeah, because here's the toilet. So this house actually gets a bathroom, because this page of instructions is very clearly a micro build for a toilet. We've seen a few Lego toilets. There was one in that Luigi's Mansion set, for example. And Lego sometimes does toilets in some of their big modular city building sets. So yeah, we actually get a little bit of a bathroom. So that's the shower. And this is here, the toilet that's going to go with the shower in this house. So when you put the two houses together, you have that little kitchen area on the lower floor. So you have the kitchen, you have the bathroom. Hopefully there will be a bed for whoever lives in this house if you have them separate. Meanwhile, you also have a table situation going on here. And this one has a teapot and teacup. So there's a little bit of a kitchen situation going on here too. And here we have I'm not seeing anything that looks like it's going to be a bed though. So whoever lives in this house maybe sleeps on the floor. That's not that unusual. I sleep on the floor. My air mattress developed a leak, so and I tried to patch the leak, but the patch kept coming undone, so I gave up, and now I sleep on the floor. I'm gonna replace the air mattress soon though. The floor is not too terribly comfortable. So we get a little potted plant and the guitar for this build here. So this is kind of a little well, I'm not guess this is kind of a little, I guess, utility rack. That's this here. You can see our beautiful little guitar and our potted plant going. We'll put that with the other furniture. Oh, and they get a little jukebox. I think that's a jukebox based on the insert picture. But let's build it up and yeah. So this character doesn't get a bed. But this character does enjoy music. They have a jukebox and they have their own guitar. Oh, and at some point we pushed the characters too far forward and out of the camera, but now they're back. You can see them again. They were watching the whole time from their little spot. Just so you couldn't see them. I have no point when they left, when they got pushed back, but at least you can see them now. When we do our exit scene, you know, I probably will stack the houses for purposes of taking up less table space so we can get all the beautiful seasonal trees in. So we're actually only going to have 2 buildings on the exit display, on our final display, our raid out scene. But again, we're not going to swap out the houses until we see what this one looks like. Well, this house, you can see the front is already complete. I'm just doing the insides now. So here's the jukebox. You can see that beautiful printed record piece in the middle of it there. We'll put that with our other accessories here, and we will keep going. For me, Lego is primarily about the build experience, but there's also a little bit of one-time play value when I go to set up the display later on. And then they're really cool to look at afterwards when the displays are all set up. I can't wait for us to get our shelves next month. So yeah, so that bottle represents a bottle of, I guess, soap or shampoo. You know, I'm gonna call it the 2-in-1, the 2-in-1 stuff. That's both soap, that's both body wash, soap, and shampoo all in one. Because that's actually what I use. You only have to buy one product for your entire bathing needs. I don't know why you need 100 different shampoos for a single routine. So the shower goes there with the bottle next to it. The toilet goes in here in the corner. The lamp goes into the back here. And then over here we have, oh, I didn't show you. You get this nice fancy chair here. Looks like one of those plush chairs. This must be where the this house's character sleeps. This might be Fuchsia's house, or it might be the other character. Let's see, because it matches her color scheme, but let's wait and see what color scheme is going on with the final character first. So the jukebox in there, we have the chair. We have the guitar and the potted plant, giving the bathroom area a little bit of privacy. Although the toilet is still open, so the wall protects the shower, but not the toilet. Interesting. And then we have our little tea set in front of the chair, like that. And that's the end of the 4th instruction book, so we will take a quick look at the house, then we'll bring out the last instruction book in the last bag. So here is the second house, the outside, in-house configuration when there are 2 single level houses. And inside there it is with all the furniture. You can see a little entertainment area in front of the door and then a little bathroom area. So yeah, that's a pretty cool assortment of furniture. So we know that there's at least one functional bathroom in the village. Do all 24 villagers have to share that bathroom? Well, you can use your imaginations and pretend that the other houses and shops have bathrooms, I guess. Even though they don't. But let's get the last instructions up in place. Instructions 5. And it looks like instructions 5 is going to be just bag 10. And we get our final character. Whose name, according to the box, is Fang. So our 5th character for tonight is Fang. And Fang's outfit is Fang's outfit is reminiscent of a Christmas sweater. And Fang is our first character tonight who actually gets a tail piece. A lot of the Animal Crossing characters have tail pieces, but we haven't seen any tonight until now. And yeah, that definitely looks like a what are they called? Christmas sweaters? It's got a flower pattern on it. And let's get Fang's head on. Oh, this character looks cool. I'm assuming Fang is meant to be a wolf. There are many different animals in the Animal Crossing village. And there's the tail piece. Pretty interesting character. I like this one. This may be one of my Animal Crossing favorites so far, actually. One of my top couple. I'm not going to pick favorites. There's 26 of them total across the 4 streams and 2 polybags. I'm not going to pick favorites probably until we do the other 2 streams and I've seen everybody, but and there's Fang coming into the scene. And now we can start. Okay, so it looks like here we're just going to build a bunch more stuff that can be swapped out to the insides of the houses. Okay, so this looks like this bag is just going to be additional furniture. Starting with this fancy clock unit here, one of the tower clocks. According to the clock, it's almost midnight or it's almost noon. Take your pick. It's either bedtime or lunchtime. Piece I want. So here's the clock. Let's keep going. So here it looks like it's going to be a lunch table. So it looks like we have for lunch. Not sure what that's meant to be, but let's get this other. That looks like a sushi. And a teapot. So it looks like a sushi, a dumpling, and a teapot. So an Asian infusion lunch going on here. Now we're going to build this next bit. So yeah, there's definitely not room in the houses for all this extra furniture. So you can swap out the furniture and I guess make different themes of the interiors. We may have to make Stitch's internals a little more serious about let's do this for real. Okay. Okay, so it looks like we're creating a little fireplace going on. And on top of the fireplace, oh, cute little holiday snow globe with a winter village scene. And a coffee mug, white this time. So there's our fireplace. And you can see up there the snow globe. Cute little fireplace design there. And we actually do get a bed in this bag. So yeah, it looks like you can completely hot swap all the stuff in the houses to other furniture. This house gives you a lot of furniture to play with. More than you can fill, like all the buildings in the whole series, so. When I actually do the village for real, I probably won't furnish the insides because you won't be able to see that side the way the display will be up against the wall, so on shelves. Because my village would have to be displayed on shelves, so you won't be able to see the interiors anyway. So I probably just won't bother with the furniture builds when it comes time to do the display. Oh good, this bed is going to be simpler in design. This bed doesn't have all those 1x1 tiles, it just has the longer tiles that go all the way across. This bedspread design is going to be super easy, barely an inconvenience. And just like that, the bed is ready. Much simpler bed design for this one. I do appreciate. Okay, so it looks like the final build here is a cart of some function. A moving cart, maybe? Yeah, because those look like storage boxes. And why would that be included except to go meta if you have like villagers moving day? And so you gotta take out all the villagers have to take all the furniture out of one of the houses in order to put all the new furniture in. And one of these two boxes has a print on it. And what do you know here? There's the print that's on one of the boxes. It's only on the one, it's not on both. But that leaf icon, that's the same leaf icon that we have seen elsewhere last week in two places, on the flag and in Tom Nook's shop. That Tom Nook's shop had that leaf icon, and the flag flying on Dodo Airlines also had that leaf icon. And you can see it's designed to look like an Amazon shipping box with the with like the fragile indicators in the corner and all. Pretty interesting that there's a push cart for moving packages. So yeah, this picture shows that Stitches is meant to be the resident of the orange house, the lower floor, and Fuchsia is meant to be the resident of the pink house, which could be the upper floor, and Fang is moving in with his equipment, and that's why Fang is pushing the push cart. So yeah, this shows that Fang is moving in with their furniture. So this shows Stitches, moving their furniture out, and Fang moving their furniture in. So I guess you could, in some order, there's 3 sets of furniture color-coded to the characters. And you could, Stitches is probably more likely to be swapped out thematically because Stitches has a bed and a little living area. So you could do it that way. But Fang does not have a painting to go on those studs. So you would still have to leave the preschool alphabet poster up if you want to cover up the differently colored brick there. So this shows you how to, let's get all this extra furniture out of the way now. Because this is going to show us how to assemble the 2 houses. So I think it's cool that each of the 3 characters has their own furniture set, and you can pick 2 of them to live in the houses. So let's bring the houses back in. So this shows we remove the roof sections from the pink house. And we remove the door section, and we replace the door section with the window section. Then we can put the roof section back on, or we can swap it for the green roof if we wanted. But let's do it that way first, because the green roof has to come off this part of the house anyway. So let's look at it both ways. So we have the roof sections off, and then this goes on top like this. And with the green roof on, so this is what the 2-story house looks like with the green roof, and let's also look at what it looks like with the pink roof, because the instructions show you're meant to do the pink roof with this. And here's another ad. This shows you some of the other sets. We'll be looking at some, you can see here the seasonal scenery we made for this set. You can see the clothing shop. You can also see a couple of the upcoming sets we haven't done yet. The museum set, that's on next week's program. And you can also see the caravan shop, also on next week's program. And, yeah. And over there in the middle, you can see the stargazing set in the middle of broad daylight. But that's what we're about to build in a few minutes here. Let me turn the instructions off real quick. And let's finish playing around with this house. So this is what it looks like with the green roof. Or what we can do is we can take off the green roof. And we can put the pink roof on. And I'd say the pink roof has more synergy. It looks a little bit better on the two-story configuration here. And we will actually leave it in this two-story configuration for the raid out. But I'm going to go ahead and just so it takes up less space on the table, because we have all those beautiful seasonal trees that we will need to make space for. So let me set aside all these components here, these building components. The door module and the extra roof need to go aside. I just knocked Fang out of place. So let's bring in, you know what? It's just a little set. Let's not take a break. Let's take a very quick stretch, and then we will bust open Stargazing with Celeste. Yeah, that's all I needed. I just needed to stretch a little bit. This is our last set for tonight. Our third and final set. Our sixth and final character. This is Celeste. And this is a beautiful spring night, so let's go look at the moon and stars. This is essentially an oversized poly bag. This is a tiny set as far as piece count. Oh yeah, we did the front of the box, but I did not show you the back of the box. So you'll see this is similar to the Bunny and Julian sets we did last week, where it's an outdoor activity. There is no building involved. Well, there's building Lego, but there's no structure. There's no architectural building. No houses, no shops. This is an outdoor activity. Let's pop it open. And the bags are not numbered. That's how small the set is that they didn't need to number the bags. Cool, huh? Anyway, tiny little paper instruction book. But again, not necessary for what we're doing here. You can tell these bags are meant to be opened simultaneously because you can see Celeste's head in this bag, but the torso piece is in this bag. You can see there. So yeah, considering that the character is split between the two bags, they're meant to be opened together. So let's just get everything onto the table. Less than 100 pieces this set. We'll be done with stream soon. We are going to cross the 4-hour mark, I believe, because we're past the 3.5-hour mark now. And there's still quite a bit of build to do here. But we'll breeze through it pretty quickly. And then we'll set up our exits. We'll set up our raid display and figure out where we're going. Oh, let me bring the instructions back up. Alright, I shouldn't have any cut off there. We're good. We should be good with the instructions. Now this is showing us numbered bags, but as we saw, there were no numbers on the bags. So this is a character who, according to the set, is named Celeste. Let me just make sure that the trash is safely inside the box there. Alright, let's put her together. She also has the short legs. This isn't our first bird character. Celeste is an owl, and there's actually another owl character we'll be meeting next week. We did meet Wilbur last week, who's a different kind of bird. So this is not our first Animal Crossing bird. And it does show putting a bow on her head like that, so... This is another cute one. All the Animal Crossing characters are cute, but I really like this one. This is Celeste. Our sixth and final character, Villager, entering the village tonight. Oh, and she has an accessory. There's no way... She has the short legs too, like Mabel and Stitches did. There's no way she'll be able to stand. Actually, if we pose her a little differently, I might be able to get her to stand. So yeah, it looks like there's... It's a stargazing journal. It's one of those standard Lego books where you put the little 2x1 tile inside. And the 2x1 tiles have different things depending on what kind of book you're looking at. And this is a constellation. It's a picture of, let's see if I can tell. A dancing character with the moon as its head. That's the best I can tell. I think this is meant to be a nondescript constellation where you're meant to use your imagination. But that's what the inside of her journal looks like. And maybe we can use the journal as kind of a third leg. Yeah, let's do that. Let's try and line up the journal so we can use it as a third leg and help her stand like that. It's very useful when they give the minifigure an accessory that can be positioned such that you can use it as a third leg. And there's her character page. And now we can start the build. It looks like the first build, the first assembly we're doing, is of course a telescope. Now, telescope, of course, being one of the most essential pieces of equipment for stargazing. And what is she looking at with her telescope? Maybe she's looking out to nearby galaxies. Depending on how clear the night is, and I do kind of get rural village vibes from this Animal Crossing series, but depending on how remote the village is, it might be clear enough there that she might be able to see straight through to neighboring galaxies. Andromeda, the Star Wars galaxy, you never know. Oh, that's cool. The standard small scale this gray piece here is often used as a minifigure a small scale minifigure telescope, like pirate scale telescope, what they would use. And here it's used as the base for a bigger full scale science telescope. I think that's a pretty cool scopeception, maybe. I did much better tonight with yeeting than I did with Mario Kart a few days ago. I only yeeted a couple things tonight. Okay, so here's our telescope. It is ready to view the stars. We'll set that down there. And now we have a bit of terrain to build. And we even get a tree with this set. It's not one of those big fancy trees, it's the simpler tree that we've seen a couple times. But there it is. Pretty tree. Pretty little cartoon tree. Happy little tree. This is our final parts pile for the evening. We'll be wrapping up stream soon as this build is done. Lots of yellow in this parts pile for building that big moon that we saw. So here's the terrain so far. There's even a little bit of a water feature there. And now we're building the main event of the set, which is that big moon black backdrop. Crescent moon on its rise. I like to think that in universe, this is not the actual moon, but rather a moon sculpture in the village that marks the best place in the village to go telescoping. Why this remote village in the middle of nowhere has a big moon sculpture, I don't know, but still, I think it makes more sense that this is a moon sculpture and not the moon itself. Then again, this is a village full of animal-headed people, so it's fantasy-based to begin with. So maybe it is the real moon. And at this point, I'm just overthinking things because that's what happens when my brain gets going. This moon is whatever you want it to be. Let's just leave it at that. I'm still going to go with the headcanon that's a moon sculpture, though. like I said many times, I've never actually played the Animal Crossing video game, so I don't know what it's meant to be in game there. I just know LEGO's interpretation of it. And I really like it. This moon build is the main bit of the set. You can see how quickly the parts pile is dwindling now that we're actually putting the moon together. And there is our big, beautiful moon. It almost looks a bit like a banana. Alright, so now looks like from the inset picture this is going to be a picnic set. Well, it's always a good idea to have snacks available when you're going to spend a long night looking at the stars. Personally, I do prefer stargazing to camping. But I think of the outdoor activities we've seen so far, I think the birthday party is still the most fun of the three. That's my personal preference towards activities, though. But I definitely like stargazing better than camping. Physically, I couldn't do camping. I like the idea of camping, spending some time in nature, but my body's not made for that. I would not survive an hour. But stargazing is a bit of fun. I actually did it once back in college. I was in an astronomy class as one of my electives. And we had a field trip to go see, to go do stargazing one night on a very clear October night. And somehow I was able to correct 3 retired NASA professional astronomers on they had thought that Venus had set for the night, but I identified an item at the at the tree line at the very base of the sky that they agreed could only have been Venus because of how bright it was and its position relative to everything else. So here's our little picnic set. There's a candle, teapot, teacup, and cupcake for snacking when Celeste gets hungry. So this is going to go in front of the moon, like this. And now we build a flower. And this flower actually uses one of the newer flower molds. I like it. And then we have 2 of the little star flowers floating on the water here. Well, actually, they're not star flowers. They're the straight stars. And you know what? There's a bonus star here where we're going to let that one, we're going to say that one fell into the water as well. So we have 3 stars floating in the water. Now, what we have going on here. Oof, the pyramid pieces. This one's going to hurt my fingers a little bit to put together. These are the little 1x1 pyramid slope pieces. I find them hard to grip and they're a little bit pointy. Looks like we're going to end up with a lot of spare leftover bits for this one too. There were a lot of little pieces in this one. Is this a bit of a star that made landfall? A meteor, maybe? Let me look at the box picture real quick. Or actually, just can I shed some light on that from here? Maybe a meteor made a landfall and these bits of stars fell off of it. That must be an in-game reference to something because I'm not recognizing it. Yeah, because this picture here in the instructions shows the telescope pointing away from the big moon in the back. So that suggests that the big moon in the back is a sculpture. And here's the ad page again. This ad page is a lot simpler. We did the clothing shop. That's the caravan mobile shop for next week. And the stargazing set we just did. So let me get all these spare bits out of here. My last table clearing of the night. And then we can put together our raid view. And as we do so, I will show off the characters one more time. And we'll let them do stuff like we did last week. Now that we're done building, we can clear the separator. And what I can do now is I can turn off the instructions. And we can come over here and see who's available to raid. Looks like there's a lot of people on right now. Okay. I have choices tonight. The Mario Kart night, I had no choices. Who do we want to raid tonight? Oh, he blocks raids. They're doing games. They usually do music. I have choices. But which choice do we want to do? More importantly, how close is that I have to check one channel to see if it's a VOD or if it's an actual stream. No, it looks like his piano VOD. Okay. Oh, yeah. Alright, so he's definitely doing his video loop. So he's not actually live. I need to check the timestamp on this musician because they're never on. It would be cool to raid this musician since they're never on, but I need to make sure that they're... no, they just quit. Okay, let's check this musician. This musician generally does shorter streams, so I'm just checking how long the stream's been running to make sure we're not going to have a situation where we raid in and then the stream... Oh! She just started. Okay. They're only a half hour into stream. We're going to raid Roxy tonight. That's one of the more chill music channels. Good selection for tonight. I like it. Let's, let me type the raid, and then we will, set up our exit display. I know things are getting knocked around, but I need to type the raid. So, I've typed the raid. I'm going to wait, of course, till we're set up to initiate it. Let me pull all the characters back to me so we can get the scenery going first. This was part of the shop build. And we will show off the characters again at the end as we put everything together. It's a little bit of a simpler view tonight because we only have 2 buildings, because we've decided to keep the house in its 2-story configuration there. And we also have the shop. And we'll have our little stargazing set up there. Let me pull these back. And what I'm going to do is we'll put this with the shop, of course. That's a little display stand. These furniture pieces I'm going to set over here with the house swappable pieces. And now we have to decorate with some trees. It looks like we have our one fruit tree that came with the shop. Which things are, now that I'm trying to wind downstream, things are starting to yeet onto the floor. Alright, so this is the tree that came with the shop. Let's actually put the display stand over on this side. The house will be over here. This tree, having come with the shop, will stay with the shop there. And then these trees we'll just put around the village. We have a summer tree. We have the spring tree with another butterfly. And this one actually complements the house best in terms of colors, I do believe. But actually, let's put this tree a little bit forward. Still not going to catch the butterfly too well, but we tried. And the other butterfly's over here. You can see that, and then the butterfly right there. Well, if I turn it in like that, no, it's even worse to see the butterfly like that. Oh, and another musician I like just came on. Well, we've already typed Roxy. We're going to Roxy. I don't feel like reaching over and typing again. And some funky seasonal stuff with the winter, with the little winter scene. We'll put that up here so you can see the snowman. And then we have, of course, the autumn scene with its pumpkin and mushrooms. We'll put over here in front of spring. With stargazing right there in the middle. And the summer and spring fruit trees framing the house. And autumn and winter at the outskirts there. And let's turn the telescope to face the camera. And now let's put people in, or characters in. So we know Stitches, and Stitches lives in the house. Let's have him doing some mischief standing on the mailbox there. Mabel runs the clothing shop, so we obviously need to have her in front of the shop. So let's put her here. And she's having a conversation with Sasha, her customer. They're trying to arrange a transaction. And they're way too close for a business transaction. That's more of a friendly, or more than friends kind of. We almost had them kissing. That's not good. That's not the intention for the scene at all. And we'll turn them a little bit so that their heads face the camera. Like that. So, there's Mabel and Sasha doing their thing. And we have Stitches doing his thing. And let's also put Fuchsia enjoying the spring here, because she matches that tree. And then we'll put Fang. Well, Fang's wearing a sweater. So let's have Fang having just finished building the snowman. Let's put Fang in the winter scene. And finally, Celeste. Celeste is our stargazer, so we will have her posing by the moon. And can I get... Actually, let's turn the hand, and we can have her showing off her journal to the camera, I think. And I can turn her head as well. Owls do this creepy thing where they can turn their heads all the way around, so we can line her up with the moon, the studs on the moon, and have her stand on the moon like that. Her head turned to the camera, and you can see the journal. But, of course, the camera's not going to focus on that, but it was worth a try. So, I said I was going to show off the characters one more time. I've already got them all set up. Well, here's Celeste. Here's Fang. Fuchsia. Stitches. And then over here we have, let's see if I can do this without knocking so many other things around. Over here on this one we have Mabel and Sasha. And with that, I've shown off the characters one more time. So, everything's on screen and good to rate out. All the trees are up. Everything is good to go. Let's straighten out the moon a little bit. And a little bit of a meteor. I think I figured out that's what that was with all the stars around it. So, I have that backwards now. So, it's really meant to display like this. So now we're gonna leave it like that because we've already got her positioned. So sorry you can't see the picnic, but whatever. Alright, have a good night. We're gonna raid the Roxy Paradox, and we will I'll see you soon. We actually have 2 LEGO streams next week because in addition to having part 3 of Animal Crossing on Tuesday, Wednesday is Earth Day, and I traditionally stream LEGO on Earth Day. So I have something special planned for that. So we'll have 2 back-to-back LEGO streams next week. Have a good night. I will see you soon, If I see you later this week, it probably won't be Lego, but we'll see what I feel like doing. Have a good night. If I see you
You've been having psychic insights into a particular situation and have been wondering if you can trust them. This card is reassuring you that you are indeed correct. Uncle Evie, welcome and thank you for the raid. This is a time when you're able to see, hear, and feel